My apologies, stream. I'm an idiot, and I was not actually live. I've been talking to myself for 15 minutes. Turns out when you set a, like, Premiere thing, you have to hit a secondary go live thing that's on the YouTube browser that's not inside your, like, third-party streaming software. So, my bad for the delay. I'm just dumb. It's the sad truth. I'm assuming there's gonna be, like, some kind of delay too, like on Twitch, where there's like a 5-second delay and stuff. So, alright, we'll start playing my video game and anime mix of stuff, because I don't think I'm gonna get copyright claimed for that stuff. But if I do, or if it's too loud, then we'll I don't know, do something. Okay, so we've got at least some kind of confirmation that I'm not talking to myself again. So yay. Again, I apologize that I'm too small-brained to actually figure out how to use YouTube. Okay. My painting tray. What earbuds? Like your pink ones? I don't know. Oh, as I was talking to myself about, here's my golden Naples yellow. I really like that for detail in my sky. It gives a really nice, like, rich color. Here's my yellow and my cobalt blue. I'm gonna use that for green. I really, really love the green that my limoncello, what is it? Limoncello's a drink, not a color. Intense lemon. My intense lemon oil paint and my true cobalt blue. I really, really love the way these things play. What else do we want? Let's look at my bag of paints. What else am I gonna base color with? Probably a light blue. Probably a light blue for skies. This might be weird to anyone that doesn't, like, you know, mix paints their own colors a lot, but one of my favorite blues, and again, this might be weird, is orange plus true cobalt blue. That's it. It makes kind of like a nice faded atmospheric blue. I really appreciate its quality. Let's see. It's got a big canvas. If we're gonna do I only have like a super big brush, and then this is probably my biggest brush other than my super big brush. So we're gonna just go with this. It might take a second to cover up the areas. Oh, I need a palette knife. Where's my palette knife? Here's Chungus the palette knife. Never used before. All clean and sheeny. So, yeah, we'll... Gabby, if you curse in messages, I will have to approve them to have them pop up, and I'm just not gonna do that just because I can't move my mouse. My desk space is taken up, so sorry. And again, if that music is too loud or you guys just don't like it, say something. I'll try and find something else. Ooh, I should get let's see. Can I just? Yeah, let's get a mixing cam. This will be fun. Yeah, we'll be mixing paints down here. So that's our blues. Not a whole lot of blue. The blue's pretty powerful. You need mostly yellow. Oh, and then for the sky, we'll do some blue over here. For this, you want mostly blue. And then just a dollop of this orange. The orange is also very strong. Yeah, I'm so sorry. YouTube's gonna just like censor you because laziness. I have nothing against profanity, but as you can see, this is taking up quite a bit of my desk space. So we'll just give that a little splash of Galkid in each of those as I mix them. It might be hard to see this because my palette thing is pretty whatever, but here we go. Like, you'll notice it kind of makes like brown, but it's like a nice like base for the atmospherics of everything. I like to put this on and then glaze it over with like a lighter white blue. So that's gonna be nice. Just then a wonderful green's gonna emerge right here. Wonderful vibrant green. I love greens. Like, do I have a color correction on this camera? Because this just does not look right in the camera. Like, it's a totally different color in real life. Let me see. Or no, I can't really mess with it. It's probably just the camera. This is much more vibrant in real life. Kind of looks muted on the camera. Okay, so the music volume is good? Cool. Maybe I should turn on the cam light. Maybe that'll help. That helps a little. Maybe it's just dark in here. Sorry I don't have, like, studio lighting. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I don't know. I think it might just be dark because the light makes it look way closer to its real color. why my Streamlabs chat is not synced with my YouTube chat. Well, I have the lamp on. It's just kind of that dark. We'll just awkwardly work on this so that I'm not in the way. Yeah, it's just unfortunately kind of dark in here. I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll invest in some kind of like studio light or something, so that I can like put a nice light on the wall behind my monitor and then have it project out, because it is a little gloomy in here, ain't it? Although it's kind of atmospheric for me because I got like nice smelling incense burning. It's kind of like nice mood lighting. Is admittedly not conducive to like seeing my painting that well though. My desaturated blue is unfortunately too brown. I put too much orange in it, so I'm gonna mix a little more blue. Oh, and then of course my golden maples. I actually just, so a lot of people tell you not to use paint raw because it's or unmixed because it's just not very unique. But I love this like pale yellow color. It's so pretty. Oh yeah, where's my round top brush? I like using that one. Here we go, round top. I really like using my round top. Yeah. I love me Majula. I kind of like to work the bristles out. It's not like, it's not mistreated or paint gunk filled. It's just kind of a sturdy bristle. And right before I use it, I like to flex out the bristles so that it's got a little more give. Because I do a whole lot of like tapping with it. And I like it when it's got a little flex to it and it kind of like gives out as I'm tapping. Oh yeah, I need some what? I think this is Hollow Knight, right? know, maybe when I have my grad show, I will like have my paintings only lit by really bad, like half-working lights, so that people can have the experience of looking at it how it was created. I don't think so. I don't think there's much of a highlight to an art stream. You know, this color I'm putting on is like almost not even noticeable. Gosh, the lighting is really just not great for seeing these colors. That's unfortunate. But I promise you, this color is kind of like lavender. You'll just have to take my word for it, though. I keep leaning on my knees, so I have like a little knee pillow. Alright. We need more of that color because I didn't mix enough. A little bit of blue, a little bit of white, with a bit of brown. I already think this is way better than just playing the same, like, definitely not copyrighted thing. And, you know, I haven't been smitten or something by YouTube yet, so I'm just assuming this is okay. Or who knows, maybe like, the FBI is just gonna, like, bust down the door any minute because, like, I can go to jail for streaming illegal music now. some Adeptus Mechanicus jam. Now we're going to pop a little yellow in there. Wow, you literally can't even see the yellow on the camera. Awful. Gotta make some more green. this color next to green. I really like to put pink next to green. Also, unlike that horrible color pink, pink is manly. I'm sorry, I'm really stupid. Now we need a dark green, which I like to use a little bit of this green and just mix it into like my regular green, because this what's it called? I don't know. The name is rubbed off. I think it's called oxidized green. By Charvin. You know, if I even got just like, I don't know, a teeny amount of viewership, and the only thing that came out of it was that because I just keep saying Charvin Oil Paints, Charvin Oil Paints, Charvin Oil Paints would send me some of their Charvin Oil Paints, because I really like Charvin Oil Paints, and they're pretty expensive, so Charvin. Please? Think about it. some Bug Snacks jams. I don't know why it looped already. It didn't go through all the songs. Feel it. I can't complain though, because this song is just like pretty. This is female caterwauling. This is female vocals. What are you talking about? And I don't hate caterwauling. I just I'm not into the epic like orchestral music anymore. It's just got like the violins and the like pianos and the it's too intense and it's too played out at this point. This is almost like floaty and magic. You know, I have a little beat track that I made actually. Let's. Here's some sound I made for a video project. It's kind of awful, right? Like. I mean, to be fair, the point of the sound piece was kind of to be suspenseful and terrible. I've covered all of it in wet paint, I'm going to set this stuff off to the side because we're going to just let that dry and then work on some digital practice. Okay. Nah. Okay. We are. Let's see. Should I just keep working on this sketch or start something else? I'm tempted to start something else because I'm having fun with this, but I don't know. I don't actually think I want to do a background. So. I'm thinking. Let's see. Let's find a reference thingamadoo. I think, let's see, there was a particular thing that I very much thought I should sketch because I thought it was funny. Yeah, I think I'm gonna draw a new thing. Let's see. Okay, that's not the preset I meant to click. We're gonna draw H-Bomber guy with his elves. This is gonna be our reference image right here. Yeah, we're gonna draw this image of H-Bomber guy with elves. I'm gonna crop that down to what's necessary. I just realized I cropped the image earlier. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to only crop the selected area because I'm dumb. We'll do that. We're gonna ignore how, like, incompetent I am, alright? Like, my goodness. Just ignore how incompetent I am. Why wouldn't it just delete everything outside of my... No, his forehead's bigger than that. Goodness, I wish I could just there was a hotkey for just undo stroke or something. Goodness, the little elves are gonna be a struggle. We're gonna make some stuff up for the elves a little bit, just because I don't know, I think they could be elfier. We can also, you know, change up their expressions to be a little funnier. Yeah, elfier. It's a verb. Or it's an adjective. I'll die on this hill. We might make up and have that, like, some of these are just, like, coming out of his body instead of just, like, on him. Like... Yeah. I know grammar! You know what, we're gonna put the hands in a different layer. Yeah, that's definitely how you use that totally real word. This background sketch is distracting me from the hand, so I'm just gonna, like, invisible it for a second. Yeah, elfing. Elfing about. I should say I'm more making a sketch inspired by H Bomber Guy. I'm not really like drawing him exactly. I'm drawing the Elf Lord really, because I think this was the funniest scene I had seen in a while. Yeah, okay. That'll work. The elf on his shirt absolutely has to be morphing out of his torso, right? Maybe he has like an elf head, just like that. Yeah, yeah. It's like elf cancer. That's what it is. Yeah, yeah, elf cancer. Yeah, yeah, cells just spontaneously morphing into elves. It'll be like because of his a cursed elf sweater or something. That's the plot line right there. Yeah, the sketch has plot now, like How can that not be what you want out of H Bomber Guy fan art? My jam! The elves look a little pink. I'm wondering if I should make them more Santa red, like a maroon. I think I am. Gabby Elf? Sure. Where should Gabby Elf go? Maybe up here in the hat, yeah. Yeah, you're right. This is definitely copyrighted. I don't know why this showed up on goodness. They need to make something that will allow me to just like I don't know, maybe I will just go to League of Legends streamer playlist. Because at least they cared enough to make it. Let's see, lol, stream. I know they've got a playlist for it. Let's see. Music of League of Legends, Music of League of Legends, Music of League of Legends, Music of League of Legends. I'm pretty sure they named it. Yeah, creator safe playlist. Here we go. It's pretty creepy, yeah. Just locking it in. League music is just a little too epic. I don't know what this League song is actually from. The Lunar Revels. Hmm. Eh. Oh. I was planning on starting streaming at 1, but I actually uh, took a little longer. Plus, not knowing how the time preset was because I was making food. I made some mushroom pasta. Welcome back, Paul. Merry Christmas. Is it Christmas? Oh yeah, it is. Or Christmas Eve. I don't like the outlines. And a happy Honda. Merry Chrysler and happy Honda. Welcome back, Angel. Okay, I don't know how I didn't just notice this before, but wait. Oh, YouTube has a built-in watermark. I was wondering what that was. I forgot I set a watermark. Okay. I was wondering what that thing floating on my screen was. I didn't want to play the same thing over and over, so I started playing League of Legends creator playlist, which is just all of their background music from their video game and stuff that they haven't they won't copyright anyone that uses it and stuff, since every platform is just like hecka cracking down on trying to stop people from listening to anything, even though no one comes to streams to listen to music. I think it's all just so silly how everywhere is just cracking down on stream stuff. If anyone recognizes the character or the character here, I am drawing an inspirational sketch of a guy named a YouTuber named HBomber guy who does really good videos. I'm drawing kind of a joke from a scene from one of his newest video where he's just covered in elves, and I'm taking it a little farther. Rocket's red glare? I'm not sure. Like, the stream that comes off rockets, I guess, when they're fired? Yeah, I think that's the only time I've ever heard Rocket's red glare, either, is the Star Spangled Banner. Some of these have a really good beat, but I think a lot of them are a little too intense for a chill art stream in this playlist. Amongst the Scream, I think it's interesting. I don't actually know why he painted that. I know he a lot of his paintings were during the Spanish flu. I do wonder why he painted that. It's definitely interesting. It kind of sits in the kind of expressionist, or in between the like expressionist styles of Van Gogh and almost like the impressionist of Monet. the source of inspiration. In his diary, an entry headed Nice 22 January 1892, Monk wrote, "One evening I was walking along a path. The city was on one side and the fjord below. I felt tired and ill. I stopped and looked out over the fjord. The sun was setting, and the clouds turned a blood red. I sensed a scream passing through nature. It seemed to me that I heard the scream. I painted this picture. I painted the clouds as actual blood. The color shrieked. This became the scream." He later described the inspiration for the image. "I was walking along the road with two friends. The sun was setting. Suddenly the sky turned blood red. I paused, feeling exhausted, and leaned on a fence. There was blood and tongues of fire above. The blue-black fjord and the city. My friends walked on, and I stood there, trembling with anxiety, and I sensed an infinite scream passing through nature." I think that would definitely get copyrighted. If anyone has any recommendations that won't get my stream gunned down, I will absolutely play that, because I'm not totally into a lot of the music that's playing on this playlist. I'm just trying to do anything that's not going to get my stream gunned down. We can listen to some League K-pop. I would absolutely listen to something like that if I could not get stricken. Wow, it sounds like it is storming outside. I know, right? It's kind of concerning because since like America's got the most cases, who knows? Like we could have like a couple different new strains of it floating around. Oh, definitely Tobey Maguire. Definitely Tobey Maguire. I love specifically the like first Spider-Man movie that he did. I just he does such a good job capturing like the nerdy aspect of Spider-Man, and on top of that, Green Goblin. In that, oh my god, he's perfect. Oh, what's the actor that plays him's name? I forget. He's in that firefighter, like, drama show. Oh, but they all do such a good job. I thought the casting in that was just perfect. I didn't really like the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. I think the new one's okay too. Um, but I was never a fan of the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. And this might sound silly, but it was because Andrew Garfield is too cool and like he's like too cool and attractive. Is it William Dafoe? Yeah, William Dafoe, that guy. He did such a good job with Green Goblin. Like, he did such a good job. Like, it's kind of like how Hugh Jackman did such a good job being Wolverine. That just like when you think about Wolverine, you kind of think about Hugh Jackman now. For me, that's how William Dafoe hit Green Goblin for me. Like, I can't picture him anyone else. It I really like Psycho by Hitchcock. That's a really good one. Oh, I also love Hitchcock's Birds. Hitchcock made a lot of good movies. Oh, I really like Birds. It might be silly, but the first time I saw Birds, I was I was probably like 8, and it actually made me afraid of birds for a few days. don't know what my absolute favorite classical movie would be. There's a lot of good ones. I know everyone says, like, Citizen Kane is a really good movie, but I don't think I've ever actually sat down and watched that movie. I know the movie that most people like the most that I don't like is Kubrick's, like, Space Odyssey, or... I'm not a huge fan of that one. Yeah, I know. I had the same thing. I was like, oh my god, what if the birds actually did unite against mankind? We'd be doomed! And then I was like, wait a minute. No, humans have guns. No animal can take down humans. Oh yeah, the original that's all horror movies. I think everyone forgot how to do horror movies at some point because there are just in my opinion zero good modern horror movies. I don't think there's been a good horror movie like released in like probably 15 years. I really love horror movies, especially like kind of cheesy ones. I think those are even better. But when you look at like I think it's a lot that we don't use as many practical effects because there's something so kind of creepy about practical like good practical effects and in horror movies. And you just don't get that. Like now they do like too much CG for the horror movies. Or just other After Effects stuff, so it just feels too video gamey, and not, like, real enough. And that's another thing, like, a lot of horror movies, you don't need to see the monster all the time, because your imagination is almost always going to be creepier than what's put on the screen. So what you want to do in a horror movie is just, like, prompt the viewer to think about something creepy, but not fill in enough information that it like defangs the idea for them. Oh, because like what is it? The Thing or It? What is that one with the weird creepy like absorbing thing? Yeah, The Thing. The Thing is so creepy. Oh my goodness, it's so good. It is just creep master. Oh yeah, The Happening is such a good one too. Another one like I really like, yeah, like you said, the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre is pretty terrifying. The original Halloween is pretty terrifying. Um, because those movies all like they're basically just a serial killer. Like they feel so real. Like it doesn't feel like the threat in those is like just imaginary and silly. So, to me, those are some of the creepiest. Or actually, there was a horror movie that came out recently that was actually pretty decent. Or at least it had the potential to be kind of decent. It ruined it near the end, but I thought it was still probably one of the better newer ones. Um, oh, what was it called? Like Split? Yeah, Split. It came out like 4 years ago. Um, that one also, I also like that one because the villain or the monster in that is also just like, you know, a psycho. I think psychos kind of might make the some of the best monsters for a horror movie because the world actually has psychos. Oh yeah, he did an amazing job. Like I think he kind of carried that movie honestly. Because like there are some silly things about it that, as in most horror movies, but I think you can look past that, but he just did such a good job. Man, I didn't even recognize him in that movie. I actually didn't even realize that was him. He did a good job of like totally transforming himself. Yeah, that's that exactly. Like that's why I think the horror movies where the villain is basically just like a crazy person, those are some of the scariest. There aren't very many horror movies that do a good job of making a monster actually creepy. I think some of the ones that do that well are like The Thing and ooh, what's got else has a really good monster? The first like Aliens movie did a really good job making the aliens creepy, and like the whole like body snatching thing. Like the first, I'm sure everyone remembers the first time they see a face hugger like attack someone, and then later a little thing bursts out of the person's chest. Like that's such like an iconically horrifying thing. I feel like everyone just remembers that the first time they see it. Yeah. I think my one of my favorite horror movies though, and it's not actually scary, it's just kind of it's kind of like ridiculously hilarious in my opinion, is a horror movie based on an H.P. Lovecraft story called oh, what's it called? God, I have the worst memory. It's Oh yeah, the Predators are cool. I don't think the Predators are that scary though. I think the Predators is supposed to be more like an action movie. Reanimator, I think is what it's called. Yeah, Reanimator. Reanimator is one of my favorite horror movies. And a big reason for that is just that it's so ridiculous. Yeah, I have goldfish memory. It's so bad. Uh yeah, the Reanimator it can be a little unnerving because it's got some really creepy stuff in it. But I think it's mostly silly than it is actually like scary. Yeah, I mean that scene is absolutely the type of like ridiculous over the top like who even thought to include this. Um the scene that she's reacting to in the scene near the end of the movie in like the climax or whatever, there's a Mullahan. Okay. I haven't heard of this one. I will definitely get claimed by Blackpink. Okay. I can't have Blackpink. I love Blackpink too, but I'm almost positive that if I keep playing Blackpink, this stream's just gonna suddenly crash for mysterious reasons. Yeah, I am a fan of Blackpink too. is he getting canceled for something else he did in his past now? Or is it still people canceling him over his edgy, like, pedo joke? Because I feel like Shane Dawson gets canceled constantly. Yeah, yeah. I think it is silly to try and cancel, like, because so many, almost every YouTuber that I can think of, when they first started off to get traction, was like overly edgy at first, and then later basically has to constantly apologize for being overly edgy. Yeah, I think, like, in general, the idea of holding people accountable for things they say is good, but I think it also gets out of hand very often where people start looking for things to get, like, kind of mad about, instead of actually holding people accountable for things they say that are genuinely, like, worth going, hey, you shouldn't say this. Plus, there's a big difference between people making bad jokes and people, like, I don't know, going, I believe blank race is superior to blank race. Like, You should cancel someone over a statement like that, but someone trying to make a joke that's just really bad, just go, hey, you're not really funny. They'll probably get the message. Yeah, I don't really. On one hand, though, I don't really know how like much canceling people on the internet really affects them, unless they actually did something that is like going to lead to them getting prosecuted like legally somehow. Because like when various people in like Hollywood got canceled for, you know, like almost for various like sexual harassment or sexual assault type deals, all of those things, I think those worked because the people faced legal repercussion. But most other people that get canceled online, they bounce back within like a month, and it tends to like just not even do anything. Or has the has like even the opposite effect, like it gives them publicity, and then people pay attention to pay more attention to them, and then some people stick around after it stops becoming like the thing to pay attention to them. Like for example, like who was it? Like Jake Paul, when he did that body thing in Japan, like he's faced zero real world repercussions for that. He got hardcore canceled, heavily called out, but he's still wildly successful. And it doesn't seem to have slowed his growth down at all. If anything, it made him more popular. Oh yeah, I mean, well, that I think that's why we use the word witch hunt the way we do now, because a witch hunt kind of implies that it's false, like a false it's like a false conviction. I think the witch hunts were also in large part kind of a misogynistic thing, literally aimed to just like make sure women would have a further reduced authority in the world, because a lot of the people that were like killed in the witch hunts were essentially some of the first doctors and stuff. They might have actually been claiming that they knew magic and stuff, but they were really just herbalists. Like they were just, a lot of them accidentally discovering natural remedies to help diseases and stuff. Yeah, like exactly. Like a lot of the people, or even it would have just been like, oh, they didn't listen to their husband or something. So they must be a witch. Or maybe even they didn't want to have a husband. Yeah. It's almost just as annoying as like discussions of what is or isn't manly. Because it's all just like no one else gets to decide what like constitutes these things. So it is kind of just like society trying to control people with terms like that. That's that's hilarious. That's I don't think you're smiling while you talk to me on the telephone. You better smile, Missy. Or I'm gonna have to speak to your manager. I think as like VR and stuff and things like that become more prevalent, where people can actually like, or oh, I should, let's see. I saw this study that I was looking at earlier today. Yeah, there was this interesting study where they had participants of they had male and female participants get like put on a VR headset, and in the with the VR headset their bodies were the opposite gender once they loaded into like the VR reality, and they had the people like do a series of tasks in this like VR world, and then they had like asked them a series of questions before and after each time for the men and women, and they found that both men and women were more likely to think more positively of the opposite gender after having experienced just a VR reality of having the opposite gender's body, and also that they afterwards felt less like things were like gender codified. So things were like coded. People felt like things were less coded to one gender afterwards. So I think as like the world becomes more just interesting and dynamic, we're gonna develop like entirely different concepts of what even male and female is in our social construct of gender. Yeah, I know. Our education system is embarrassing. Honestly, so much in America is just becoming embarrassing because we've been telling ourselves America's the best place on earth for, like 100 years now. And maybe at some point that was true, but we've refused to change or improve almost anything about our society for ages now. And in a lot of cases, things are regressing. Like, we have less workers' rights and less worker protections than we did in the 60s. People are too concerned with saying America's already the greatest instead of actually making it so America is the greatest by doing something to make it the greatest. But instead, we're like, nah, we'll stick to these, like, awakening pure evangelical, like, education systems and stuff like that. Or the fact that huge segments of our population, or I mean of our country, still teaches like abstinence as a like sex education system, even though we've got mountains of evidence showing that abstinence doesn't work, or teaching abstinence doesn't work. I'm sure if anyone actually practiced abstinence, it would, I don't know, at the very least stop them from getting an STD or something, but... yeah. Yeah, I know. It's so silly. Like, America literally used to be the nation of innovation. Not anymore, though. And the saddest thing is, because we are genuinely, like, the wealthiest place on the planet, we could do anything, like, for our society. We really could. Like, we could do anything. All the arguments that we can't afford blank thing and stuff are nonsense. Like, to give an idea of how much money we pump into like, our defense budget, if you just, like, took, I think it's, like, 10% of it, if you took 10% of it off each year, you could pay every American something like $5,000 with just, like, 10% of it. And that's, like, more than the estimated cost of universal healthcare. The estimated cost of universal healthcare per year would be $2,000 per person. Yeah. It's really ridiculous that we can't improve. It might be really cruel, and I'm sorry if anyone watching is a boomer, but I genuinely think things in America can't get better until all the boomers die. I think we literally just have to wait for all of them to die before anything can really get better, because they're all just holding America up. You know what? Now, if I ever get a substantial following on YouTube, that's the thing that's gonna cancel me. I said that we need to wait for all the boomers to die. That's gonna be the thing I get canceled for. I don't even know if America is the best country in the world. I think every one of the Nordic states has more right to call themselves the best. Like, we're still the wealthiest, that's true. But depending on how you want to quantify the best, I just don't know that we are, because we just haven't improved anything in so long. I don't think anyone's gotten canceled for that. Like if like I guess America's still the best if the only thing that quantifies being the best is state wealth, because yeah, we do still win in wealth, not per person though. It's just as a country we have the most money. But that's mostly because our military industrial complex is so huge and we basically sell weapons to the rest of the world. Yeah, previously on Who Got Cancelled. To some extent, I can agree. Like, the world is kind of, or America in general is kind of like some kind of drama where where you're watching society collapse in real time, and then and like we have all the tools to stop it, but instead like our politicians and stuff just want to squabble over personal power, personal aggrandizement, and personal wealth gain. Oh, I am drawing a still of a scene from a YouTuber called H Bomber Guy's newest video, The War on Christmas, where he debunks the myth that there is a war on Christmas. And at one point in the video, he covers himself in elves, and I thought it was the funniest thing I had seen all day. So I decided I was going to draw kind of a polluted version of that, where the elves are morphing out of his body and stuff. Wonderful YouTuber if you haven't ever seen him. He does immensely good content. Um, he does not post very often though. He actually kind of spoiled all his subscribers this year because he posted 2 videos in 1 month, which is kind of unheard for him. He normally posts like a video every couple months, but they're really good videos, like always. All of his videos are generally just he addresses like he addresses kind of like cultural talking points that are used by like hate groups, conspiracy theory groups, and other things like that, and he essentially just debunks them. Like and he does a really really good job. He has like ones on like the flat Earth. He has it on climate change. He has it on climate change denial. Like he'll just go in and debunk anything that's harmful for society. Um, he's got some truly awesome content. He also does video game stuff too and TV things, which are interesting too, where he breaks down the important like cultural messages and stuff, and why things like work and why things don't. He recently did like an hour and a half long video on a game called Fallout New Vegas and on why it's the best like RPG of all time. He's also got some stuff on he's also got some stuff on like just like subcultures and stuff. I don't know. I really like his work. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. Um, I can actually absolutely tell you why. It's not just kids; it's everyone. People are more depressed because of capitalism. That's what it is. Like, I can't really I guess recommend reading like Karl Marx because it's so hard to read his works. But he basically predicted everything that's happening under a capitalist system like 150 years ago in his writings. The depression that we feel is because of a dysporic isolation that we suffer that is part of a designed benefit to capitalism in America, because you're more productive isolated. You're more productive when you are feeling like the sadness and loneliness in your life with purchasing commodities and stuff like that. Yeah, well, like we're literally in we're in the late stage capitalist system of where everything gets commodified. For like God's sake, this year they added water to the stock market. In America, you can buy business stocks in water. How dystopian and evil is that? Water's a human right as far as I'm concerned. And the fact that that's now a tradable stock is water ownership shares in America, that's horrifying. Or the fact that we have things like we have like services that the only purpose they have is for people to talk to you, to have like it is like it, we again, I'm not gonna say capitalism is not possible to do correctly, but the way America does capitalism is evil. I mean, yeah, depression is absolutely real, and that's another thing. Like, I think I don't know how much more depressed people are on average, because I think for a long time as a society we just kind of ignored depression as kind of not a real thing. So I think to an extent, the only reason we know about depression more is because we're actually like paying attention to and tracking it. But it is also definitely true that more people are depressed on average. Yeah, I do think like we do have an unhealthy kind of an unhealthy thing in American culture where we fetishize suffering, because I'm sure everyone's like known someone that almost like brags about how little they slept or something like that, or like you almost like you praise people for being in pain and stuff. America definitely feels like they kind of want you to feel like suffering is a good thing, uh, when it's just not. Like, no one should be suffering. Yeah, there is absolutely like a fetishization of these aspects. And I think again that's a symptom of like, because our capitalist system is so evil, we basically have done that to cope, because we're all just like, oh, it it must be good to suffer because everyone's suffering so much under capitalism. It can't be that society was constructed to just funnel resources and power to a select few people in our society. It must be that suffering is just part of the human experience and it's good, actually. When it really couldn't be farther from the truth. It's all just kind of like a lie that's been sold to us so that we don't question how bad the average person's life has become. Um, I don't know if it's that the pharmaceutical industry is specifically like. I don't think it's specifically just like the. That's kind of an aspect that tons of things do, under our capital system. Um, and it is definitely exploitive. Like yeah, like I think the pharmaceutical industry in America is mostly evil in that it just charges anything that it wants to because it can. Because, like, if you need medicine, you're going or you're going to die or suffer or something. You're gonna pay whatever they demand that you pay, just because, like, what's the other option? You die or you suffer? And the way other nations protect this is by having, like, government-run healthcare, because it standardizes the price of things. In America, we don't have that. We have private healthcare. And when healthcare is for profit and not for protection, then it basically incentivizes the healthcare to be as expensive as possible so that it can make as much money as possible, and that in turn incentivizes pharmaceutical companies to make their products as expensive as possible, because the insurance companies will pay any price that the pharmaceutical company puts down, because they know the person paying for the insurance will have to have that cost pushed down to them. So it's like removing the choice from the consumer, which is kind of like what I mean by, like, America's version of capitalism is particularly evil. I don't really like capitalism in general, but there are places that do capitalism well. Like, pretty much every Nordic state does capitalism well. They pay all their employees well. They give all of their employees good vacation time and benefits. They give all of their employees health care. They have other social protection programs. But if you don't do that, then the working class just becomes a victim class that is preyed upon in a cyclical cycle of vampirization on the working class by the corporate, like, elite. Because that's the best way to make money. You have to make sure they can't do that, or they're going to do it. I think I think that's more the thing that's scummy about pharmaceutical companies, is that they actively partake in that. Yeah, you don't have a choice. Like, Americans love to say that you have the most choices in America, but that's literally not true. We technically have the best freedom of speech laws in the world. We do have the best freedom of speech laws in the world, but we don't have the best choice of freedom. We don't. Like, places measure this. I think I looked at I looked at this recently, and America, I think, ranks 27th in what's called social and economic mobility. So we're not even close to the best when it comes to what the American dream is. Like, the American dream is supposed to be that anyone can come here and make it. But that's not true. There are 26 countries on Earth where it's more likely that if you just go there and start working, that you will suddenly make it, as the phrase is. And then on top of that, we're not even close when it comes to average happiness. I think it's like Sweden or something. It just, like, is the number one. I think America's like fucking 40 or something. Yeah, World Happiness Index. Let's look at the 2020 World Happiness Index. Here we go. Here's our World world happiness rankings. So we weren't as low as I thought, but come on, like, America's the greatest, yet we can't have the happiest people? Oh yeah, well, things like that aren't a conspiracy. That's just how our system works. It's designed to work that way. I don't even think it's a conspiracy. If you think about this, if you work for an industry and that industry barely pays you enough to survive, it works you to near death, and you have almost no free time, and then you go home after your job, and you might only have like an hour or two to yourself before you have to pass out and do it all over again, you're going to do anything you can to grab a little bit of happiness, which creates exploitative markets. It incentivizes businesses to make the working class miserable, because the working class will then spend their money so that they can never lift themselves out of poverty. They will spend their money to make sure that they can remain happy enough to not kill themselves. That's why people, like, it's more likely that impoverished people have, like, drinking problems and drug problems. It's because we have, like, a deep and systematic, like, weaponization of sadness to keep us buying things. And that's why, like, every commercial ever basically, like, tells you if you own this thing, it'll make your life better, make you happier, or make you wealthier. Like, that's what every commercial under the sun basically does. Except for the newest commercials, which just basically are memes. But that's, like, the core goal of commercials, is to convince people that objects will make you happier. Because everyone is so deeply unhappy, because the system is designed to make you unhappy. Why, thank you. Yeah, I really like the face so far. I really just want to make sure that each of the little creepy elves looks nice and horrifying. Um, I don't really know what this purple thing he has on his head is, but I kind of interpret it as some kind of weird cloth crown. I can see that. I tend to always like to do something a little weird or funny. I could see that. Like, a lot of his paintings are kind of strange. Like generally, like, especially as ones that have, like, whole families in them, the children always just look kind of like psychos, and the parents always kind of look like villains. Sup, Nate? Yeah, it's Gabby. Oh yeah, yeah. Like I said, the kids in the Norman Rockwell paintings all look kind of evil, or kind of psychotic, really. And then the parents just kind of look sinister. Christian's World by Andrew Waite. That is pretty surreal. The way the homes look black and white is kind of creepy. Waith's neighbor Anne Christine Olsen inspired the composition, which is one of 4 paintings by Waith in which she appears. As a young girl, Olsen developed a degenerative muscle condition, possibly polio, that left her unable to walk. Oh, so she can't walk. What? Oh, that makes that even creepier. That makes that, like, who ditched her in a field? Come on, that's cruel. What? Yeah, a lot of paintings are so different in person, just because you can see, like, brushstroke directionality and stuff, and then even the scale. Like, even the scale is just, like, can change how you interpret, like, a piece of art. Like, I think I talked about the Guernica yesterday, a Picasso piece. But the Guernica, it, like, seeing this in person is insanely different than seeing a picture of it, because this thing is seriously something like 25 feet wide or something. Yeah, it's 25 feet wide, 11 and a half feet tall. It just, it completely changes how this is seen in person. Because it's just so massive, it creates, like, a different feel. How's it going, Nate? I feel like I haven't seen you online since I missed Among Us night. has like a subtle message. Um, I think one of, let's see, I think, I think this painting here by Hugo Simberg is really interesting, especially because this is like the only painting he ever did. He just kept repainting this painting, and it's a very interesting, simple but pretty symbolist work. Like in a lot of older paintings, every single little plant can like mean something, and then there's like some cool gestures like this skeleton who's just like kind of swooning over the flowers. I really, really like this painting. Um, and it's absolutely gotta be steeped in various meanings, considering he actually just kept repainting this one painting. Like here, this is the same again, like the same painting, but he did it in fresco instead of oil paints. It's and there's almost like something in its meaning in itself. The fact that he just kept painting the same thing over and over. Yeah, that's that's kind of one of the reasons I like it so much. It's just it's kind of humorous and in certain regards. But again, I absolutely love symbolist paintings in general. I think symbolist paintings by default have, you know, a lot of hidden meaning and implied meaning based on the symbolism they use. Not partic. I really liked the Force Awakens games and the story that was in there with Starkiller, but I was never a huge fan of the movies. Um, I think mostly because I was just like, by the time I had seen them, uh, there had already been so many like newer sci-fi things
that it wasn't, like, I don't know, that unique to me. And this'll probably get me shanked in front of a like diehard Star Wars fan, but of the Star Wars movies, I kind of like the prequels the most. I know, it's considered bad taste to like the prequels, but I don't know. They're funny, and I like that. But they're not, like, always funny. I still hate Jar Jar Binks. Like, Jar Jar Binks is annoying, but there's so much, there's a lot about them that I just enjoy. And I think as far as, like, the space fantasy element goes, because because CG and stuff had gotten better, and other movie effects, it just sold the fantasy to me a little better than the original ones did. Actually, if I'm gonna get canceled for anything in the future, it's what I just said right there. Um, Not saying that we need to have all the boomers killed. I don't know, maybe. I don't know if Nate's still here. Or it is something that generally causes you to be despised, saying you like the prequel Star Wars movies. That is kind of blasphemous. I mean, honestly, a big part of it is I really, really like the guy who plays what's his name? Oh yeah, I really like McGregor. Yeah, I really like Gordon McGregor. I think he just did a really good job with the character that he played, and I just liked his character more than I liked Luke in the main series. So it's most of the reason I like the prequels more is I thought it was more fun to root for I thought it was more fun to watch Ian McGregor's character and root for him than it was to watch Luke and root for him. And that's honestly like most of the reason. I did. I thought giving the elf a soul patch would make him kind of grosser. He's already like a polyp growing out of the side of his forehead, but I was like, what would really elevate the elf to being really gross? No, not really. I won't discount paranormal things from existing, just because, kind of like, by definition, you can't actually, you can't disprove supernatural elements, but you also can't prove them, because that's kind of like in the definition of supernatural. Yeah, I don't really believe in supernatural stuff, but I also acknowledge that there's no way to actually prove that the supernatural isn't real. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. Things are only supernatural until we figure out how they work. You know, I did hear once that, one of the reasons older homes are actually more likely to, experience people, saying they're haunted and stuff has to do with, like, essentially, like, electrical, signals that come off of older, like, circuitry and walls and stuff, because electromagnetism, like, actually can affect our perception. I mean, who knows? Ghosts could be real. I definitely can't prove they're not, but I think the explanation that older places experience like hauntings and stuff, I think it makes sense that it has something to do with like electromagnetic like frequencies that come from older like house wiring. Thank you. um, yeah, no, if ghosts are real, they better start paying rent. Well, okay, if ghosts are watching me shower, they better not just help pay rent, but they also better start chipping in for the free show. Oh, I think people definitely have some kind of intuition, just because I think that could definitely be just like a real evolved trait is essentially like intuition, because like there's so many animals that just kind of like know where to go and stuff for things. I've experienced it like or I've experienced things like that when I'm like hiking or something. Sometimes I just like have a feeling and that like something's around, and then when I like look around I'll notice that there's like an animal or something watching me, or I'm about to step on like a turtle or a snake or something. I think I've heard that there's something like that too. Yeah, like there's a actual term for it. But I also like I think that that like instinct of like sensing like if you're being watched or something is like the thing that also explains why older homes will have people report hauntings too, because the electro like there's some kind of like electromagnetic frequency that comes off of some kind of old wiring. So I don't know. Everything could just be like random stuff messing with your brain. No, some people definitely actually ate Tide Pods. Because, like, some people actually, like, went to the emergency room and stuff. But I think that was just a dumb trend. Yeah, I think it was mostly a joke. Because, like, they look tasty. Like, they look like if you could eat them, they'd be tasty. And I totally get that. Like, I think I think oil paint looks tasty. Like, it looks like if I could eat it and not die, it would be delicious. It just has, like, this glistening surface texture and stuff that makes me go, that would be good if it was food. But you can't eat everything that looks tasty. Wax fruit's not edible, but it looks tasty. Yeah. If anyone actually ate a Tide Pod, that is kind of natural selection. I could believe that, because that's essentially just like some marketer was like, I bet if we did this, we'd sell more candy. I mean, that's cool if they're not at any groceries around where I am, but that's pretty smart thing to do. Like, get people hungry by smelling some fresh baked bread. Yeah, I mean, that that just makes sense. Like, absolutely, everything is just trying to make you spend money. I've never thought about that. I wonder if if huh. I wonder if that could be on purpose. I just don't even have them put my name on. Like, most of the time, there's just not a name on it.
Or it's printed. Like, it's,
I guess mostly because if I order something, it's like, you know, through the phone app or something. Yeah, that's my experience most of the time. Most of the time, I have it auto printed on, and then it's always just like however I spelled it in my app. Yeah, I think most of the time I mean, again, because I think I vast majority of the time use an app to order. It's just pre-printed on my cup. Like I don't think they even write on, or most of the time they don't even write on it. That's true too. Like I can't imagine that around here, any of the baristas really even care. Absolutely, like there. Have you heard about the QAnon conspiracy in America? Like, it's the fastest growing, largest cult in America, and they literally believe like Donald Trump is a chosen savior from God, and that the Democrats are all Satan worshipping monsters that are going to steal everyone's children and harvest them in a pedophile cult for adrenochrome. Cults absolutely still exist. Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses are also pretty culty. Oh, and then there's Scientology. Scientology's a pretty big cult. You know, I kind of wonder this. I have no idea if the chat is delayed like my video. So I wonder if I get chat in real time or not. Because I genuinely have no idea. Oh yeah, Tom Cruise is a Scientologist. Oh, the Heaven's Gate, or no, is that the Heaven's Gate cult? I think the Kool-Aid was Heaven's Gate. Yeah, the Kool-Aid was Heaven's Gate. No, they didn't. The one they drank, they drank Kool-Aid that was laced with like strychnine or something. Like 40 people died or something. No, they did not invent the Kool-Aid. They just poisoned it and they drank it and killed themselves. Not only that, they don't tell this part of it that often, but yeah, it was the Jonestown cult. Not only did they poison Kool-Aid, drink it, and kill themselves, but they also castrated themselves. So all of them cut their testicles off. Like, they cut their own testicles off before they drank the Kool-Aid and killed themselves. Because apparently, you wouldn't be able to like ascend if you weren't castrated. Yeah, that's right. Heaven's Gate were the ones that wore the like Nike shoes, and they believe they still exist. Like the Heaven's Gate cult's still around actually, because not all of their members killed themselves. The Heaven's Gate cult they like I can't remember how the majority of them killed themselves, but they believe like when this comet they believe like heaven exists in a physical location, and it's on like a meteorite that passes Earth every so often, and it's like not gonna pass Earth for like 500 more years or something, and some of their members didn't kill themselves to ascend to the meteorite heaven because they needed more people to to spread like what they consider the truth. Cults are always wild. It's weird that a lot of them end in like group suicide too. Like, the cults that are basically, like, stealing money from their members or something, or, like, using their money to enrich, like, the cult leader, like, I understand why those exist. It's because the person who, you know, controls them wants to make money. But, the ones where everyone kills themselves, I'm not totally sure how those, you know, come about. Because what benefit does anyone get from killing themselves in a cult? Well, I understand why people get into cults. It's because, well, I mean, not to keep blaming capitalism for anything, but capitalism breeds isolation and like this just it breeds isolation and disconnection, and it's people wanting to be part of a community, to want to feel like they're just part of something. So they're more just like desperate for a human connection. It's the same reason. It's the same reason there's like toxic internet subcultures, and people just keep joining them. It's not because like those subcultures are good, but it's because they'll accept anyone, and there are tons of people that just want to feel accepted. Like, there's so many people that just want to feel accepted. I mean, it's the same reason, really, that religion in general exists. Well, religion doesn't just offer community. A lot of religions also offer people like a way to cope with the existential dread of contemplating one's own mortality. So, that's also a part of religion and cults in general. It's not just about like having people want to feel like they're part of a community and that they're accepted. It's also for a lot of people probably dealing with their existential dread brought on by contemplating their own mortality. Yeah, that's true too, because our society. Yeah, they prey on vulnerable and the vulnerable, and that's absolutely true. Like, because our societal system doesn't take care of people, like it doesn't. So we have a huge population of people that are desperate for anyone to feel like anyone or anything even cares about them. So, yeah, that's true. A lot of religions will offer a support structure, not just a community, but a community that will support and help you. That's the biggest reason Scientology is still around, is because Scientologists, they legit look out for one another hardcore. Like, a lot of people that join Scientology, they don't believe any of the stuff that Scientology, like, talks about. They're like, yeah, it's nonsense. But what they join for is because Scientology is essentially a giant in-group. Like, I've heard that because Tom Cruise joined the Church of Scientology, that he was actually able to um actually like demand higher value or like higher pay in his movies and stuff, because other members were connected in other parts of the movie industry world. Oh yeah, Scientology kind of goes on the extreme, because they basically once you join, you have to either be a member forever, or you have to be okay with them essentially ignoring you for the rest of your life, and pretending you never existed. There's definitely evil cult stuff in Scientology. I'm not trying to say Scientology is good by any means. I'm just saying there's a reason beyond acceptance that a lot of people that join Scientology join for, and it's basically networking. Because if you're part of the cult of Scientology, then you have an inherent connection to everyone else that's in there. And that can be, profitable, because Scientology is a cult where your status in the cult is directly reflective of how much money you invest in the cult. So it's a cult of rich people and people that have like strong business and entertainment connections. Well, I mean, yeah, a cult actually literally just means is actually just kind of an unofficial religion, or a non-legally recognized religion. Well, I mean, if people have religion and it helps them, fine. But I'm kind of in the wheelhouse that I think, with the exception of like the Sikh religion, every religion that's ever existed has basically done more harm than good. So we'd probably be better off without them. Yeah, I mean, they were definitely created to control people. Like, one of the only reasons that Christianity is as prevalent as it is now is because, like, 2,000 years ago or something, uh, or not that long ago, or I don't really remember when Rome was around, but uh, Rome converted to Christianity because they were losing control of their population, and they knew if they started like promoting a religion that advocates for you following a series of like societal steps, it would be easier to control the populace. Oh yeah, I think control is kind of inherently bad. Like control can be used for good, but I think controlling populaces inevitably becomes bad just because um, it'll inevitably be used by someone who's not going to use it for good. So it's better for, in my opinion, everyone just to be an autonomous, independent individual. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, every religion basically has like an evil, dark past, except for the Sikh religion. Like, people say like Buddhism isn't evil, but even Buddhism has committed wars in the name of Buddhism. Seriously, like the only religion ever that hasn't just like done evil stuff in the name of the religion is the Sikh religion. Sikhs are all just like, stand up people. For a postcard. Uh, Oh, so everything in Lord of the Rings is basically, so it might not make sense that the like one true ring can cause the downfall of humanity when in the movies all you see that it does is grant invisibility, but there is a deep, complicated, and ridiculously in-depth backstory to everything in Lord of the Rings. The Dark Lord Sauron in Lord of the Rings is actually like a demigod that, and the rings that are essentially like an extension of his power. So the reason like everyone else just turns invisible when they're wearing it is just because that's one of its many powers, and everyone else is just too weak to use its other powers. But in the hands of Sauron, not only does the ring grant Sauron the ability to phase in and out of the Wraith Realm, but the ring also grants dominion over all of those who wear the other rings. There's I think 7 other rings, and the One Ring, it's the one ring to rule them all because it controls the kings that wear the other rings, and by extension controls all of those who are the race of those kings that control or that wear those rings. And then on top of that, it brings magic from the realm of like the Celestials. Warhammer 40k lore is only more complicated because Warhammer 40k lore is infinite, and Lord of the Rings lore isn't infinite. Lord of the Rings lore is ridiculously complex, and I don't know everything about it, but I am a fan of Lord of the Rings, and I know some. I know way more about Warhammer, and Warhammer is an endless abyss of nerd shit. Like, endless. There's like a Warhammer story for every like human being on Earth. But yeah, Lord of the Rings, the ring doesn't really make sense as this all-powerful thing until you know that it essentially is only important because it unlocks Sauron's god powers. And it's also not really explained that Sauron, like, a portion of, like, Sauron... The ring in Lord of the Rings is basically like a Horcrux from Harry Potter. Like, it has part of Sauron in it. So, until the ring is destroyed, Sauron will keep coming back to life forever. In the Hobbit series, Gandalf, like, you know, fucks off from the main party to go deal with, what he says is the Necromancer Lord. It's confusing that they use a different name, but in The Hobbit, Gandalf, like, messes off to go take down the Necromancer Lord, but that's Sauron. Like, Sauron is constantly in a state of dying and then coming back to life, and the whole thing is that you have to destroy the ring to permanently kill him. Because he is the ring almost. He's known as like the immortal necromancer, or the necromancer lord and stuff. He has a bunch of names. Like, to really get down into the background of a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff, you'd have to go like watch a bunch of YouTube videos that are essentially like hours long a piece. And in doing so, you might be able to understand some of what happens in Lord of the Rings. I definitely don't understand everything that goes on in Lord of the Rings. I think they burnt the throne in Game of Thrones because the writers of Game of Thrones are stupid and don't know how to use symbolism without crushing your head with the symbolism. And I think the throne in Game of Thrones less symbolizes chaos and more symbolizes the inherent unfair reality of having a monarchy and a hierarchy system of essentially like one or just a few people controlling everyone else, but you don't really get to interpret that part of it because the writers are, or because the show writers were stupid and didn't know how to convey what the books were trying to say. I just realized that it went to copyrighted music again. How did this happen? I was jamming too, like, oh. Yeah, the ring on Lord of the Rings was destroyed. Yeah, the reason people go crazy, like wearing the ring, is also because it has Sauron's, like, soul in it or something. I think it's less that power attracts crazy people, and more that power turns people crazy. Just in general. Like, I know there's that saying, like, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I don't really believe that saying. I don't think power, like, corrupts people. I think power just... If you give someone absolute power, they're going to do what they always wanted to do. And it just turns out a lot of people aren't all that, like, mentally okay. Probably because of, like, the world being so messed up and stuff. Oh, Hitler's motivation was absolutely just to seize power. Like, yeah, Hitler's motivation was absolutely just to seize power. And then he wanted to take over the world, and he wanted to be the ruler of the world. He was actually like a generic children's cartoon supervillain. He wanted to take over the world. Like, there's not a whole lot more to it, in my opinion. Well, I mean, not just world domination, but specifically, like, taking over the world and then having the world be, like, his vision. Um, he specifically wanted a fascist, you know, totalitarian reality. Yeah, I'm drawing the wallpaper. I just realized I was doing it on the wrong layer, though. I'm sure it's legal somewhere. You can own a tiger in America, so... I think if you can own a tiger, you can own a lynx. It's just what state. Yeah, I'm sure any wild cat is probably a terrible pet to own. Yeah, a lot of domestic or undomesticated animals do make terrible pets. Like, I've seen a lot of people on the internet that have raccoons, but raccoons are just not good pets. Like, they have a bunch of health problems when you own them because, like, they get fat really quick. And they'll get, like, raccoon diabetes and stuff. Yeah, everything on the TLC channel is just like weird people watching at this point. The TLC channel probably should just be renamed to "Can You Believe This Is Legal?" It is pretty laughable, but also like other channels like the History Channel is the theoretical History Channel now. Because it's like about how aliens are just involved in everything. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, the learning channel is it's just weird people watching. It's like the modern freak show circus. I thought like white Siberian tigers were like a real thing. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Oh wow, yeah. White tigers aren't real in nature. It they can happen, but yeah, it's extremely rare for it to actually happen in nature. Kind of like there's a white lion in Africa, but it's estimated that out of all of the lions in Africa, the white lion or the one white lion that we've been tracking is the only one in all of Africa, just because albinism in a lot of animals is just rare. I was about to end stream actually because I think I need to eat. Plus, I think I've finished up this sketch for now. If he ever noticed it, maybe, yeah. Um, well, thanks for chatting, everyone. I think I'm gonna wrap up here. Um, I guess everyone enjoy their Christmas tomorrow. I don't really have anything to do, so I'll probably do a little stream again. Um, well, have a great night, everybody. Uh, It's very helpful when everyone's talking in chat to have me engage. So I very much appreciate the effort of engagement. Thanks so much. Everyone have a great night.